All right, we are live. Oh, I forgot to set up the music. All right, let me get that going. This is day 2 of our big December open playtest stress test. So, welcome everybody. Thanks for watching the VOD. The VOD from yesterday is going to be like 9 hours, so I think that's the longest thing I've ever tried to upload to YouTube. We'll see if it actually uploads. Okay. YouTube. I'm just going to our playlist. Let's see. Hey, soldier. Switch accounts. Actually, don't switch accounts because this is a premium account and it won't ask me if I am still here. So, monsters. Let's see here. Goblin's already got his VOD up. That's cool. Oops. Playlists. Soundtrack. Ooh, that's loud. Repeat. And stuff to tap. There we go. Cool. Let's see. Has it stopped? Nope. There I am. Cool. I was like, has it stopped showing me going live in Slack? I mean, Discord, but apparently not. Wow, look at the corpses. And that's a lot of bodies. Let's see how it improves my frame rates. Corpse off. 22. Pattis has this server covered. I may go to another. Grounds. Growron. I don't know if that's correct, but that's where you're going to be. Growron. Said stayed up till 6:30 a.m. playing this, so kudos y'all. Right on. Yeah, I was up till 5, my time. Hey, Ollie. We are one of the few to get it right. That's nice to hear. Alright. Need to figure out how to make some money so you can buy a backpack. Oh, there's Chinny D. That's who you need to talk to. Master Moneymaker. Let me see. Ollie, there was a report. Who all? 222 people. No, sorry, 224. Okay, who all is matching? Robert was saying he was seeing a bigger number. The goblins will definitely fleece you. What's up, Justin Beard? What's going on, buddy? Speaking of which... Ollie said, I made a lot of money moving product from Shifty to proper vendors. Seems people will start figuring out. Greedy vendors were wiped out. Nice. There you go, Growlron. You can, have you tried that? If you've got a little bit of cash, you can go to the greedy vendors, buy some stuff that they have, take it to the proper vendors, and boom. So, Pattis is here. That means if anything happens that's weird on this server, he can report it. I'm gonna camp then and go to a different server. Poor Euro server. We only got 39 people on there. What time is it in Europe? It is 6:49. Well, I mean, Europe's broad, so... But Central European time at 6:49. Oops, I moved, I screwed it up. That's the time of all Europe now? Oh. Okay. Well, then that is correct. It is 6:49 in Europe. Since the UK no longer counts. What's up, Dozakar? There's someone named Summon Me Daddy? Hey, Robert. Dozakar said, not much. Really enjoying the test. Thank you to y'all. Well, thanks for trying it out, man. It is us that thank you. Bumtail Helmer said, hey all, another great playtest. Got a dwarf bard to level 5 with a baby on my lap. Ollie says, right on, did the same, but human druid to 6. Nice. Can we buy a weak test extension? I'm trying to think what that would actually cost. I'm gonna pop in. I'm gonna pop into Europe, my people. Hang out with my people. Ollie, you're shooting way too low. I was thinking like 4 million, no strings attached. Ollie's like approximately 400 USD in server costs. I'm like, no, shh, no. Too low. This is why we have private channels, to have these discussions before we have them in public. Yeah, gotta add in labor costs still. Exactly. Justin said someone ran off with my grocery order, so I've been busy fixing that most of the day. Well, that's shit. They just ran off. Was it on your doorstep or something? I expect better from Freeport, Maine. I think y'all could easily raise a couple thousand if you just saked. What do you mean saked? Justin Beard said, yeah, so I'm a total shut-in and everybody else is too, so nobody knows anybody. Sounds like you live in Sweden, buddy. If we asked. I should have guessed that. Yeah, so the problem is we could probably raise a couple thousand, right? Without a doubt. But then we just have a couple thousand and we've kind of broken form, right? We've taken money and the end result is a couple thousand. Not that, you know, a couple thousand's a couple thousand, but it's one of those situations where if it's not really going to super address our needs, like take care of all of our needs, then we don't want to do it. We've seen that with a number of Kickstarters over the years, where a Kickstarter will, oh, there's Zukin, good luck, buddy, don't die. Where a Kickstarter will, raise tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and then ultimately what they need is millions. And they would have been better off with nothing, to be honest. Because now you've created a situation where you've got a sense of, rightfully so, because people have given money, a sense of entitlement. You've got you got to manage whatever came along with that. Is it for, if it's a Kickstarter, do you got to like mail out shit or make stuff, and what is that stuff? Like, you got to put stuff in the game for that? No, titles and this and that. You got to pay taxes on that money. And all of these different things come along with taking that cash. And if it's not really just going to address your need very surely and very specifically, then that's not great. Excuse me. Zuby said, love the race sizes. My goblin ass is up to this female ogre's thigh. Are you guys dancing? That guy looks great. Is the monk quest with the waterfall and the mud commands not working? Tried all of them, I think. Oh, I don't know that one firsthand. I think Stab was working on that one. What are you expecting to have happen and what's not happening? That guy looks great. Why doesn't the beggar want my money? Teddy Rumble says. Because when the beggars were first set up, we didn't have the ability to give NPCs money yet. That is the God's honest truth. There are a few different items that they may take, but they don't take money at this point. And they'll probably be updated even on the item front in the future. So McDonald's hooked me up. I got a ton of food for $6.50. Coke, fries, 4 nuggies, McChicken sandwich for all that. Nice. That is a good deal. I heard fast food is crazy expensive now. Carzette, I thought I saw you in game and you were like some ridiculously high level. Was that not you? Oh man, First is kicking off the race / quest that he put in. D-Loves Pudding! What's going on, dude? Said, sorry I can't join the playtest. On the beach, I'm currently thinking warm thoughts of y'all. Enjoy the beach. Which beach are you on? You're only 11? Okay. Well, that's still good. 11's not bad. Only 11. Tizzle says, the NPC says go to the waterfall and shaded dunes and fill up the cloudy elixir, but none of the mud commands seem to do anything. Huh. So you've got an item. All right, so all these folks are on the race now. I think. So I tried this one. I tried this one with First the other day. And it takes a while, so it's going to be interesting seeing these guys go around. So Mauve said, had a blast yesterday, even just only getting to 3 on my Goblin Shaman. Hey, you know what? Given the fact that a lot of people are spending time finding stuff, figuring out where to sell stuff, grinding, doing quests, all that, not being an extravagantly high level is fine, as long as you had fun. Gotta look into the long zone times this playtest. Let me make a note. I will read. Hey, what's up, Baloo? Baloo, I can't remember if I asked you this before, and if you gave me an answer. Is it okay if I use your real name? For whatever reason, I always want to just use your real name. There are a couple folks like that. But if you prefer your secret agent name, I can just keep that. Okay, cool. Dragon said, first of all, Dragon said hello. Hello, Dragon. And then said, it's been 6 hours finding the vendors and reselling. I think I made 85-ish silver. Look at you, cornering the market. I will continue to suffer the barbs of feedback on the vendor setup, just so that folks like you can continue to turn a profit. You're very welcome. Thank me by opening a beautiful shop, maybe in a night market, maybe where would be a good spot. I think, so here's my belief. I think the night market is going to be considered premium real estate initially. The night market's going to be the initial premium real estate. I'm going to give you this tip now, Dragon. And then we'll see if it works out. But I think this may be some early knowledge. When people get used to kind of how Sage side works and where some of the vendors are there, they may be thinking, you know what, I want to get the real estate that's closest to the gate, whether that be the north gate in Sage side or the west gate or the night market. And so I think people are going to go there initially, and they're going to drop their money there, and they're going to commit. If you're a smart entrepreneur and you're thinking ahead, the business isn't going to be as good initially, but I would get a place in the harbor. Get a place in the harbor. And the reason for that is traffic. The traffic makes sense when it's just this region, right? And so the traffic is coming in and out of the region of Zur. And so people are going north, people are going west, right? They're going to be hitting dungeons, stuff coming in. But later on, when people are coming in off the boats, coming down from the Elven lands, coming down the river from Terralon, all the zones in between, loading their pack animals onto those boats full of goods, coming in from expeditions, then all of that traffic is going to come through the harbor. Now, it may be a timing thing. Maybe you start at a gate and then you expand your franchise. But I would say when you can afford it, grab yourself some harbor real estate. I was thinking about that a lot the other day. No bullshit. I was actually thinking about that because I was thinking about NPC distribution and thinking about how players are liable to flow over time, right? Because right now NPC distribution is if you're playing and people are coming through here. Yep, they are on the race. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm curious to see who runs by. Are there plans to add in professions to break down items? Shigar, if I'm pronouncing that properly, I do believe so. And trade skills are one of those things that we want to get a little bit more nerdy with later. We'll probably be doing that. I wouldn't be shocked if we start getting a bit nerdy with it in Q1 of next year. Yeah, so there's already some like rudimentary breaking down of stuff or whatever. You can tear cloth down, blah blah blah, and get scraps, all that stuff, and then you can use scraps to upgrade. So there's already a bit of that game going, but I think we'll probably wind up getting a little bit crazier with it in the new year. Chunky, are you the same Chunky from Discord, right? With Chunks? Chunky with Chunks? You know what I'm talking about. The stuck character? Cool, man. We're still looking into it. We've got our best men on it. We got our best men on it. So they're looking into it right now. When I get quiet and I tab over every once in a while, that's actually me looking at some of that conversation. Gary figured it. So did Gary figure out, and is just a zone restart? Oh, is it restarting like the processes or something? It's not just a reload zone, right? It's a restart. I would say in order to get those guys in, it's early enough. I would probably just restart it and warn people not to mess with the whatever it was that triggered it before. Zukin, when people are asking if there was an extra forge in Night Harbor, I was immediately thinking about the fact that I did not add a forge over there. Ollie, are you going to be able to do that stuff, or is Gary doing it, or do you need help? Well, but Zukin, so I forgot to add those implements to the shorty area, but the cool thing is, in the future, we'll have them. I didn't realize there are going to be lines in the forges and shit. If people would let me know that it was one, that it was a bigger deal. I'm just kidding. Had I understand that that's even how the forges work, to be honest, I would have made sure prioritize getting forges and stuff, because we could have one in the harbor, we could have one in the shorties area, we could have a sketchy one in the bins if people want to sneak in there and use it. We can have one. This is exactly what we test. That's true, Zukin. So we could have one in night market. We could have one in the old temple market, which we really haven't done anything with. It's just a big room at the moment. We could have one in the shorties area of the harbor. We can have another one or even two in the harbor, like one over in a sort of a trade skill area, and maybe another one over where they're building ships and stuff. We can have a secret one in the bins. We can have one in Blackfeather Bazaar, if I didn't say that already. At least one in Blackfeather Bazaar. Hell, it's a forge. We could probably even put one in, you know, like places like the Garrison or whatever. Oh, here comes our first race contestant right now. Gobo! He's not slowing down either. He's racing.
You were a bit too slow with your cheer.
Yeah, well, you know. Stream chat bar is not working. What? Dude, he is not slowing down. He just cheered and did not skip a beat. He is hauling ass. First, there was one person they had to find in Night Harbor, right? And one in Shaded Dunes. So I'm assuming he's already done both of those. I don't remember. I mean, we won't say who, but... Dude, I got lost as shit on this. So I think people like Gobo there are going to be like, I got this. And then at some point they're going to be like, oh shit, I'm lost. I didn't read the text carefully enough. Double R said, warn everyone to avoid the well from yesterday. Oh god, I forgot about that already. No, I think goblins can fall in it, but gnomes can't. Only goblins can fall in and be sacrificed to the cult. You're gonna have to remind me again, though. Alright, was that it? Just Gobo? I mean, Gabu? Remind me in a couple hours. Yeah, every day or so, just remind me that happened, and it'll eventually sink in. Swagnar said found a large gap along the staircase to Wizard Tower outside Taylor Shop. Yep, we're aware of that one. I had to pull some people out of there. Some people found a little mini dungeon that I had specifically went and put a door in because Pattis was like, "Hey, we don't want people going down there, do we? I gotta keep pulling them out when they go down there because there's a secret entrance into it, and it's in a room. So it's a secret in a room that has a door that I went ahead and just locked so no one could get in. And then the first person that was like, "Hey, I'm stuck in this interesting dungeon place." I'm like, "Shit, did I not lock that door?" And it was just people. It was just people falling through the crack. Oh, you're racing, buddy. Keep racing. All right, so we've got 2. That's so fun. Seeing him like running up here. Was watching one of our streamers that I hadn't watched before yesterday. Well, I was watching his stream from yesterday today. And it was great how much he commented on our draw distance. 3 so far. Did 1 get by? I just saw Zukin and Gabu. Did 1 get by when I was talking? No, I cheered Zukin twice, I think. And then he ran back. Dude, I would love for Veil of Zintar. I can't wait till we work on that one. I want Veil of Zintar to just be like all dust storm all the time. Just crazy. Go in there and it's just all it's dusty in your grill and it's just like big dunes with ruins sticking out and ruined towers sticking out. And I really do want to do, like, if Goblin would draw a concept or whatever, like some ruined towers that have like a tarp between them. Go, go, go! All right. That's the third. Trying to do the events, doing the event quest, but can't zone on US East 1. Won't let you into Vale. Jasmine, do you find this behavior cute? Do you find it? This is what MMOs are all about. This is why MMOs are so awesome. Random shit like this.
I couldn't tell if they were running together or racing each other.
I can't tell either. They may be a team. I believe that this quest needs teamwork. Is that just it's a jackal pup that was chasing him? Okay, I was like, who's in dog form? They're cheating. Nope, the jackal pup's like, alright, they zoned. They zoned. I don't have to chomper them anymore. Kenji, what's going on? There is a giant floating building. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Kenji? Brown Butcher! Where are the rest of the racers? We've got 13 people in here, so I'm assuming a couple of them are still part of the race. Brown Butcher said, did not get to play much at all yesterday. Thank you for the extended test. Today is much better for you. Awesome. Hope you get in here some. There's Gorpheus. That is a handsome dwarf. Just got over a depression phase, but well again, I'm glad to hear that you're getting over it. That sucks. It's a tough one. Especially this time of year, it's a thing. That's a zombie.
Oh.
No, it's chasing the dwarf. The robe, style and profiling. Yep. I am Buck Wyland in my totally not a Dungeon Master robe. We have hardcore characters in their teens. Yeah, Ali. Well, we'll get good data to talk about over the holidays. All dwarves are handsome in your opinion? I think that's fair. We don't have any ugly dwarves yet. Icestern said, great test this weekend. Well, thank you. Hopefully you've been able to get in and have some fun. Someone trained Quartermaster Boothroyd to Wormsbane zone line, wiping 7 players who are AFKing. Yummy, classic, lovely, Robert said. Yeah, zone line is not the place to AFK. That's what we have inns and taverns for. Ahoy, ahoy, said no goblin monk. Nope, not yet. So one of our goals with race class combos, and we'll probably revisit them before we go live, but the goal was to try to save enough cool combinations for later. We have years of live game to add. So I was watching, I'm trying to remember his name. I got to finish. I've still got like 2 hours, 40 minutes of stream left. But you popped in there yesterday, Brown Butcher. His name, was it Pete Dorr? It was something like that. I hadn't seen him before, but I saw that. Really, really fun stream. I can just open it and see. You were in there. Pete Dorr. Okay, cool. I was like, but you're such a social butterfly, you probably don't even remember. You're like, I visited all the streams, made my presence known. But watching him stream, or watching him train the goblins around all over and escape the goblin. There was drunk goblins that he was running from. Holy shit, that was fun. Because he was like, okay, I think they're gone. All right, let's look around. So he's up at the Elementalist Guild, and he's overlooking the harbor, and he's like, oh yeah, this is pretty nice. This is cool. And he turns to the right, and you just see these drunk goblins run around the corner at him, and he's like, shit, they're still coming. And he just like runs. And then he wound up training them, and then thought they were dead again, and trained them into the Shaman Guild, and thought, all right, they're finally dead. And then was that where did he couldn't have, did he die there? Well, then that would have reset the aggro. Style points. Saucy gets style points for feigning death. They found him twice, pretty sure. Yeah, because then he eventually got him over to the necropolis. And he earlier he died to the ones that are partying outside of the house that they're squatting in, and he was like, how am I going to get my corpse back? And then he hopped up on the wall and kind of snuck around them and got his corpse back with the corpse command. He's like, oh my god, this is amazing. So, yeah, I know there's some stuff that's frustrating folks, but then those moments like that where there's a fun frustration, it's like, oh man, that makes it all worth it. I don't know if I finished my earlier ramble, ahoy ahoy, but what I was going to wrap up with is within the live game, one of the things that we want to do is have like secret quests and live updates that unlock certain race class combos, some with lore attached. So it's like, why can this class be this now? And, you know, maybe it'll be the story of the Goblin Apprentice or whatever, or it'll be this, you know, it'll be a special monk trainer that you find that will train different, you know, stuff like that. We want to put that in the live game. We don't want to just give you everything up front, then you're going to be bored. Grauron says, do you guys know at this point if you plan to do a subservice one-time buy DLCs to come out? It'll be subservice. It's just the easiest. It's the easiest relationship to maintain, in my opinion. It's just like you know, subscriptions are subscriptions. We provide you with value each month. You come back the next month. We've got relatively stable churn. We can kind of predict, or we can do forecasting, 6-month forecasting or whatever, based on the trends that we're seeing of how much money we think we're going to have. Okay, there's 9 players in here, including me, so that's 8. I guess that makes sense. Let's run along the shoreline. Yeah, so I would love for it to be really sandy and dusty and stuff until maybe you get about to the second third of the zone. And then you come up and then you can see the giant fort. And you can start to see the whispering dunes in the background. And we can put in some effects where you see the red sand blowing, like billowing across the dunes. And then when you take the water, take the ship route here along the edge, through the shoals, then you'll get some of the, you'll see the sand up here blowing around, and when you go through the whispering dunes, you'll be a red, sketchy. Hey, Hell's Ridge. Life is gonna suck when this test ends. Glocken says, oh, I'm sorry. You know what? If we could snap our fingers and just be ready to go live, we'd love that. Yeah, the foot race is underway, Normally fans. Bobster says, I thought at first that this one was unfinished, but as I ran around, I started to really love the vast openness. Realized it was just a wasteland. So we'll be doing a little bit more in here for sure. It is unfinished, but the original mission for the zone was to see how big we can make a zone. Vin DK said, take our money now and keep the test server up. Man, you know what? If we thought that there was enough content to keep you guys busy long enough for us to make more content, like I said, we'd love to go live, but we're not ready for you yet. Glocken says, playing this game even in its pre-alpha state, this has been an excellent experience. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad that you guys are having fun. When will this test end? It ends 11 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken, which is like 5 a.m. my time, so I'm not going to be up for that. Buzzard said, just got my wife set up and we're about to duo. Oh, that's awesome. Metzger, yeah, there'll be some hills in here and stuff. I was like, oh shit, you can see Fallen Watch from here. Of course you can. You've been able to see Fallen Watch from here for like 2 years, dummy. But yeah, it's exciting that you guys are enjoying the game so far. I think it'll be interesting for us to dig through all of the feedback as we go into the holidays from the test. I believe some people are really going to love the game. Some people it's probably made them sad. They died. Then they died more. Whoops, whoops. Is there anybody in here with me? Just first, okay. Let's see. Shigar said, here's my professional opinion on this game. It reminds me of Asheron's Call, which was sadly closed down. I think that's the first time someone's mentioned us reminding them of AC, but we've talked about AC in the past. Nothing wrong with that. Any plans to add an experience bar to UI so I don't have to open the inventory to see it? Don't know, maybe. We've got to go through all of the UI is just kind of placeholder at the moment. So we'll probably discuss that a bit more. I'd have to remember what we had on the mock-up. What class would you suggest if I wanted a class that I can level solo expertise as much as possible for the rest of the test? Why don't you try a Necro? I thought the events were on all servers. First, are you running on all servers? What race gets the rat companion? I saw those running around, super cute. I thought it was all Beast Lord. Nobody in the zone yet. First, you may have to go give hints on all the servers. Let's see, what's player count looking like? 263 on US East 1. 108 on US East 2, 135 on US West 1, 11 on US West 2, and the EU server's got a solid 41. A couple people have mentioned macro guide. So Sir Wolfsalot will probably add that to our player guide. Have you guys added inverted mouse? We have not. Nerds the podcast, but that's a good one to remind folks of. Do we need... There we go. I was just bringing it up, Nick. I just brought up the thread over here. Now I know you're lurking. Nick has revealed himself. It's a nice... Oh. Night Harbor will be rebooted to get some people unstuck. World trade skill stations have also been disabled to avoid them getting stuck again. Reboot will occur in approximately 3 minutes. Please get somewhere safe. Excuse me. Oh, does this reset your NPC? Oh shit. Oh no, first. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What happens in that case? Okay. Man, as soon as you said, oh crap, I was like, I immediately just thought of the Invisible Man shout trigger combination thing that I'm like, oh shit, I hate when this happens. Yeah, so Nick, this list is really, it's a fun list. I was thinking about it. I'm looking at one of them right now. The deity stuff, was thinking about that a lot. Follow up outside of this. Well, I mean, there's several good things on here. We need to go through. You know what? Let me just pay it. I'm gonna stop paying attention to this list and pay attention to you guys. Draga said, hello, loving how much progress there's been. It's super impressive. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think sometimes it gets easy for us to forget because we're seeing it constantly. But, you know, it's been a busy year. What's the coffee-related trade skill? Mercantilism? Wagoneer would be interesting. Wagoneer will be interesting for when you make your coffee wagon. Okay, Zukin's in the zone. Somebody asked earlier, what zone is this? I am in Dragon's Run. Very, very placeholder zone that we cobbled together a couple years ago. Let's see, what else is there? How many developers of M&M are old school devs or GMs, etc.? I was wondering because I have a follow-up question after. I'm the only one that worked on EQ. We've got people from the EQ emulator community, and then we've got people who have specific expertise in each area, that are just massive EQ heads who have been playing EQ and P99 and all that stuff for ever. So I would say that experience, cumulative experience of playing and stuff like that, applied to their skill set makes them honorary EQ developers or game developers. So what is your follow-up question? Has the second Paladin quest been implemented yet? Yes, but it's one that you will either... I was talking to Super Bits and Bob about this earlier today. You're either going to pick up on the hints of the quest during the first quest, and not from the guy that gave you the quest. It's going to be, if you just happen to realize that there's some hints that may encourage some dialogue with one of the other people you talk to, that will clue you in on the second quest, or you'll stumble across it depending on what zones you go to. It was just a really wacky, like, I wanted to put one in that was really kind of opaque, and thought, you know what, you're probably going to go to this other zone anyways, you're probably going to find these items, and you're probably going to complete the quest as a paladin, so I'm not going to give it to you directly, but instead, if you're sympathetic, and you got an open ear, and you're looking to maybe ask questions when people talk to you, you'll figure out the second one. Whatever you guys did for optimization has been great. Haven't even had a hide corpse. 40-60 frames all times. It's good to hear that. I know experience varies for different people. It's running a shitload better on my machine for sure, but I know that's not the case for everybody. We've got a lot of optimization that we can still do and that we plan on doing. Not to speak out of turn, but I do believe a lot of that's also rooted in setting up our lighting and doing more to essentially optimize our lighting, especially in Night Harbor, which is just massive and full of lights. There's probably more culling and occlusion stuff that we can do to improve performance. There's probably more LOD stuff that we can do to reduce or basically reduce the cost of stuff that you're seeing in the distance. So are you using real-time lights with shadows? I forget where we left off on that, to be honest. I thought we were using real-time lights with shadows, but listening to the tech and the art guys talk about how to optimize it, I think we're... Okay, yeah, I thought there was something else that we could be doing. I know Ollie could probably write up a summary on this sometime soon, and we can post it, because it's come up a fair bit. And that way we've got a nice talking point that I can just poke back to, or point back to. Yesterday you're talking about an Underworld. Can you create a Castle Mistmore-like zone and call it Undermore? Mistmore was the greatest old school zone for me, and I'm sure there are others that love that zone also. But I'm sure you guys want to do your own stuff. Yeah, I don't know if you call it Undermore, but if there were the Moors and then there were the Undermoors, I don't know. We're going to try to be as true to our lore and internally consistent as possible without referencing too many things, but there will be the occasional reference. The Undermists, that's a nice one, Justin. I like that. Ooh, I just had a really... Because there's some stuff in our lore that... Awesome vision. Well, I just saw a pretty picture in my head. Can't wait to work on that tomorrow. Slowbot said, really enjoyed my time in the game so far. Thank you for all the work and letting us in. We thank you for being here. And I'm not just saying that shit. I don't know a better way to say it and sound authentic, so I'm just going to say it in a way that maybe doesn't sound as authentic, but I swear it is. My old EQ gang got back together and loved the sense of discovery. Oh, that's awesome to hear. Laura says, I'm actually off on a day there's a playtest. Yes, get in here. Ollie said, not all lights have shadows, and we have tons of optimizations on what we can and can't cast shadows. But we will have to do more before we do a summary. I think that's fair. Sometimes I overpromise. You just want to play as a null? Give it time. Give it time. One day they'll be play as a monster. Or we'll just let you play as nulls. Who knows what we're going to do? We don't know what we're going to do. We're agile. That means we don't know what we're doing. But in a good way. West 1 down. 3 of us can't log in. Let me look. West 1 has got a player count of 90. Which looks like it when... Oh, you know what? The zone... Night Harbor reset and almost everybody's in... Night Harbor reset and everybody's in Night Harbor. So Night Harbor's resetting across all of the servers and everybody's in Night Harbor, and that's why we're seeing the player counts drop and then go back up. And it fixed it for Chunky. Awesome to hear. Glad you could get in, Chunky. Hopefully that then also fixed it for Fielder. Let me check. Oh, they're racing on other servers as well. That's awesome. So for real, are you gonna be able to spawn the mobs and make everything work properly first? Or are you good to go? Do you need any help? Brown Butcher said, I'm stealing that. We're agile, so that means we don't know what we're doing. It's true. We're being very agile. Zukin says, I have not been in this zone before, so not sure where to go now. Being a noob here, I'm realizing I have a hard time telling which way is which direction without the ocean. Yeah, and you can't even say the mountains are all to your south, right? You've got mountains to your north and your south. So I will give you here's a new hint. I believe this to be true. The smallest moon is in the middle. The medium moon is always trailing. The big moon goes down, it comes up first and it goes down first. So if you're ever lost at night, if you look up at the moons, if they came up in the east, that means the big moon is going west. So north, east, west. Like, are those real spheres out there somewhere? Yes, we've basically, much like Star Citizen, before we got content into the game, we created the ability for you to fly from the Earth straight to a moon and explore it in all of its detail. Next, make content. No, I'm just kidding. But I do think they're entities. I do or assets, or they are things, right? They're things. They're actually things. They're not things. They're not just drawn on the skybox. This is where Ollie typically says, yes, they are, but I don't think that's true. Moon DLC fighting lizard people. Lizard people. Lizard. You watch that show as well? I love that. Jasmine and I watch that show all the time. Y-Files is the best. It is. Somebody in here told me about it, and I started watching it. I was like, oh shit, this is great. So now whenever there's a new Y-Files, if we're eating dinner or something, we'll just have it on the phone sitting on the table. My favorite is anytime Hecklefish goes, ah! I wonder how lost people are in here. Did we know that the moon is just NASA textures? Calvin, who have you been talking to? Do you think we would do something like that? Oh, geez, Hecklefish. I thought it was like, who have you been talking to? What do they know? Somebody kick Kelvin. Get Kelvin out of here. Kelvin, cut Kelvin. Kelvin knows things. Are you mean to tell me that that you think this is just a CG rendering and that it's not real? Is it too late to participate in the event? I don't think so. I don't think so, Normally fans. Do you think it's too late? You know what? No, it's not too late because I think there are like prizes for 25 people. I think there's 25 places. So I think you will get a participation trophy, just like real life.
Should go onto West 2 then. There's only 10 people in there, so...
Yeah, there are only 10 people on Krivia, US West 2, the server. So you are guaranteed, if you finish the race, to win a prize. And you got solid chance within that group. It's only 10 people. Get a gold star. Prizes are actually pretty dope. Hollow Earth. Oh, I love Hollow Earth so much. I'm not gonna say that shows like the Y-Files and similar like Graham Hancock and all that other stuff. I'm not gonna say that any of that stuff could ever be jammed through a fantasy filter and turned into game lore. But if it could, I think that'd be some really cool lore. There's currently a race event going on. First can tell you all about it. First, did you answer earlier when I asked whether or not you think everything's going to work still with the zone resets? Excuse me. How many people are in the zone now? Just one. That means Zukin is probably made it through to... Let me see. No, Zukin's still in Dragon's Run. Zukin made it to Grass Flats, but then went back to Dragon's Run. Did you forget something? I will warn you, if you're doing this race, do pay attention to what the NPCs are saying. First set, I set it up so I could spawn every mob if need be. I went through all 5 servers and respawned the correct mobs in Night Harbor. Perfect. For the record, the only person on the team who got to see the quest prior to this is Sean. Zukin has no inside info other than general game knowledge. Yes, and it's maybe, you guys will probably do better than I did, but I got a little ahead of myself. I didn't take the time to read everything. I didn't really think about what I was doing. And I did eat up some time that I could have otherwise used in the race. It's a tough race. Grauron said, finally soulbound myself in to the night market. Let the profits hit the floor. Oh, nice. That's definitely one way to do it. You know what I would recommend? Another thing that you can do, and I didn't think about this until our Goblin, the beloved Goblin, was explaining how he is ripping off other players while playing. Just get a good idea of what a stack of something costs, like, and what you can get for a stack of something, and then just shout to the zone, hey, buying stack of bradass, whatever, and boom. Buy it off the other player for, pennies on the dollar, basically, a couple copper. They don't have to go find a merchant. Save them that, 50, 80 seconds they could have spent going to the correct merchant, and flip it. Will the forge be re-enabled soon? A friend of mine has a full inventory with stuff he's about to craft. Tell him to put it in the bank. I think the forges are going to be gone. I think the forge is going to be gone for the rest of the playtest. They were locking folks up, I believe. That's what Ollie was saying. Ollie said, that is the intended player interaction. It is. We apologize, but let your friend know that the forge was screwing some characters up, so yep, sorry. Bank it for now. It's Chunky's fault. Chunky apologizes, but it's Chunky's fault. Chunky, based on your profile pic when we were DMing earlier, I can absolutely see how you broke the forge. Chunky literally snapped the forge in half. Corrupting forges across our universe. The power of a god. With one fell blow of his mighty hammer. Chunky shattered reality. Only to suck himself out of reality and basically be frozen in the void for, what, the better part of all day. Sounds like a good Amon Amarth song. I could definitely hear it in the background.
hours, really.
8 hours, yeah. Sorry you lost that time, Chunky. That's what you get for being too brutal. Raise your forge, raise it up to the sky. We're not saying it's Chunky's fault, but he had to be saved from the forge. Ah, your friend was stuck as well? It's okay, I got a paladin to 6, just in case I never came out of the void. You could use the paladin to go in and rescue yourself from the void. Eminem says 2 people, different servers, made it to the Glass Flats person so far. Nice. I'm not even going to say anything because it'll spoil it. I almost said too much. First, are you just on like 4 different accounts, or are you able to camp out and get onto servers that easily? It takes me quite a while, unfortunately. Save and count, 5 servers, nice. That's what I like about you. That is amazing. Okay, cool. Then you got it handled. Man, I'm looking forward to the sun coming up out here. Lasava says, make that 3 people. Lasava is in the race. Dadvik has found the glass flats. Nice. How many people do we have in here? Sorry, I got caught up reading Slack again. I found glass flats to be lacking in both glass and flats. Skull Monkey. Touché. Yeah. Brown Butcher says, has anyone been monitoring CPU temperatures while playing? My CPU temperatures spike every time I zone. I don't know if Ollie's still listening in. What are you doing, Ronies? What are you doing over there, buddy? Hey. There we go. I thought he was getting into a chord. He's not. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's more than that. It's 6. No, 7. 7 players in Dragon's Run. Lisava on US East 2, Lunacid on West 1 are in the lead server-wide. Very impressive. Can you destroy cloth items to make cloth scraps? You should be able to. Or at least most items. I thought there are recipes in for all that. Numa said, I would play, but I gave up because of how much time it takes to do the first quest. With it, I had less about finding NPCs and more... Wish it had less about finding NPCs and more little battle quests in between. Yeah, different classes are set up differently. But with our game, you don't have to do the quests. You don't have to do them immediately. You can go out and kind of do whatever you want. So it's one of those things where if you wanted to go out and grind, you could grind. And you can come back to the quest. It's not like they're a requirement for moving forward or anything like that. Shifty Gnome has changed into a greedy halfling, but the Shifty Gnome still exists. He moved his operation elsewhere. Final straws with your beards when you got caught in a seatbelt. I know about that, Justin Beard. I had a long beard at one point, and I was still training jiu-jitsu pretty regularly. It got pulled all the time. If you were a shifty gnome, where would you be? Probably the bathhouse. He is not in the bathhouse when he's on duty. Monteleone, hello. Swagner, I don't know if mine would have just kept growing, but I trimmed it once it hit a certain length just because it was too much. Chini D, I don't know all the details, but I know there are some recipes like that, or at least I know there were for cloth. I'm not sure if Nick put in stuff for all the rest of them. All right. Oh shit, Gorpheus is here. Whoops, I zoned again. Went the wrong way. So did Gorpheus. Ollie says I blame Bills for there being an enormous gnome running around Night Harbor. His undeath flatulence blew up a random gnome to giant size. I don't know if that's lore. Dozakar said, oh my god, I just figured out you can make a combat spam window. I can actually talk to people now. You know what we were talking about earlier? Because watching a couple people stream, we eventually want to have an element on the screen that reminds you that there's a manual and you can push it and it'll open up the game manual. We've got a nice website if you're not familiar with it. We've got a web page that's got information. God. It may or may not tell you that you can make additional windows. Not sure. In all fairness, Dozakar, we might have missed that one. But it'd be cool to get a collection of all of the various things that we should maybe turn into like 30-second sort of like TikTok attention span videos, tutorials. Like, these are meta actions. This is how you use them. Here is your chat UI. Now, things like the chat UI and our UI in general are going to be going through a lot of iteration next year, but you know what I mean. Shannon says, about to lose my server lead on this race. I'm completely stumped, having a great time though. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Excuse me. Sorry, catching up on Discord really quick. Make sure there was nothing crazy in there. I know the rest of the team's looking as well, but I just wanted to keep an eye out. Brothier, thank you for the follow. Okay, I was about to say Vantaleon. I was like, did it? Gregan Snide is no joke. With a name like that, do you expect him to be a joke? Nice, Justin Beard. Oh man, you brushed your teeth? I'm sorry. White Bandit. Are you getting salty about the glass flats? First, are people figuring it out, or? We have 4 of us running, at least running circles around where we heard the mob was, but can't find shit. Maybe first we'll have mercy on you. Schmidrini says, hello, is there anything in the game that doesn't smell like a goblin's bottom? There are a few things, but goblins have been rubbing their ass all over this game for quite a while now, so it's going to take time. See? Because of people like Sheppy. Sheppy said, nope, I put my bottom on everything. Once you've got goblins on the server, they just start putting their ass on everything. Liz says my trousers smell like ogre butt. Well, yes. That's why they had to restart the servers. Yes, Justin, at some point, the goblin ass just gets a little too much. / smell. Gotta fix his volume again. Huh. That's the secret. Several players have found the next stop. So they have found the glass flats? Oh, they found some Greek, but did they figure out glass flats, or are they going to go back for it? I don't see any players anywhere. Oh, you're talking about other servers, though. Oh, so there are players that have figured out. Am I ziplining? Yes, I'm on the invisible GM zipline. Alright, White Bandit, I don't know what to tell you. Other people have figured it out. It is doable. Though I will say they are probably smarter than me. At least 4 players on US East, 1 and 2, and West 1. Come on, EU, step up your game. DCO2, thank you for the follow. Excuse me. The brave Shanaldo says US West 2 represent. I like that you came in here repping your server. Comathar says, sorry, busy with CRs and Wormsbane. Seems we got most done now, though. Might stay down here a bit. I was watching Goblin and his crew do a corpse recovery when I woke up this morning. Thadvik, no hints. Yeah, I was getting really worried for them because I thought they're gonna just be too exhausted and log out for the night without getting their corpses. And at the last minute, Quixana was like, "Yep, found the corpses, recovered the corpses, everything." It was pretty badass. Last minute clutch save. I love Goblin's confidence. That's one thing that I've got to say. Goblin in action sometimes is a lot of fun. Because he came back, I think he was on a rogue, a level 1 rogue, and he was stealthing through the dungeon. Because he was trying to describe to Quixana where the corpses were. And so I believe Quixana was sending screenshots or something, and he was like, "Okay, now you go left," or whatever. And he was like, "I am so good at this. I've got it figured out." And then they wound up being lost, and he went in with his rogue and got lost, and it was brilliant. And he's just like, "Oh shit, actually I don't know where I'm at." But he found a whole new area that they'd never been to. He was like, "This is amazing." Brown Butcher, it's confidence. I think hubris, it's got some negative connotations. We're just going to say he's very confident. To the point of even saying, and it's not like I'm ratting him out. It was on stream. They're VODs. I think at some point he said something like, it was something along the lines of, "I should do this for a living." I know exactly where we're going. I should do this for a living. I've got it figured out. He's such a goblin. He really is a goblin. It's the most beautiful thing ever. I had the biggest smile on my face this morning over coffee. I think I'd gotten like 4.5 hours sleep or some shit. And woke up and was what? He's like, dungeoneering. Yes, I'm an expert at dungeoneering. Oh wait, no. This isn't the right this isn't the right turn. What are those things? Oh, this is brilliant. I've never seen these before. He wound up like finding the passage down into the deep. It's like, and I knew he was getting close because I could hear the beetles scratching, and you don't hear beetles anywhere else in Wormsbane. And he's like, "I think it's over here," and he kept going, and he's like, "Wow!" And there are deep beetles glowing everywhere. It's just, but that was not it. Oh man, it was great. Love the Superman pose when GM flying. Gotta have the model to go horizontal 4-4. I want a special GM fly that we can activate where when we're flying, we just sit, just really cross-legged or whatever, relaxed. Whenever I'm flying in my dreams, I'm just kind of chilling out, just willing myself around. I fly so much in my dreams. When he said, "I may not be as good at corpse recovery as I thought I was," you laughed so hard. Yeah. Dude, it was... But so watching him in action, watching him just pull devastating red and get destroyed, the whole thing was brilliant. Watching him wipe, watching legit corpse recovery, the frustration, having that one clutch player come in and like save the day, and then everybody's like at the zone line with their corpses like, "Oh my god, yes, we can go to sleep." It was just such a perfect, old school MMO moment. It's like, oh shit, we can recreate that magic a bit. But you don't get that if you just get your corpses back. I know there are a few people in Discord giving feedback and a few people on streams or whatever, and OOC, and they're like, I like the game, but we need to talk about this whole corpse recovery thing, or this whole, this or that. And it's like, I don't think you get both. I honestly don't think you get both. I think you need to have that moment. There needs to be the opportunity for that to have not worked, and for them to have been really, really bummed and go to bed frustrated. And it's a shitty thing to think, but I think it has to happen. Even if there's some longer term corpse recovery mechanism, like 3 days later, instead of your shit just rotting, it's you go to the Adventurers Guild and you got to pay them off to get your stuff back or whatever. There should be a toggle button that will show all the corpses' names. I think corpse name, some better information on corpse names is fair. Liz said, Sean, any hints on dismantling of cloth items? I thought it was just you throw a seam ripper in a sewing kit with an item. Combine them, get some stuff back. I thought that was it. That's the way I thought it was back in the day. Yep, seam ripper. I remember I used to steal my mom's seam rippers all the time. Took them apart and made for a badass like stabby sword thing for your G.I. Joes or for your Star Wars. You could also poke yourself pretty good with it. Yeah, they're gnarly looking. Sheppy said, like that idea, if you wait long enough for your corpse to rot, you can go pick up your stuff for a fee or something. Yeah, I need to talk to the team about that, see what they think. And it could be that we give we get your first recovery free, right? Like maybe in the bank you got a little corpse recovery coupon but after that, your shit's sitting in hock. It's like layaway at Christmas time at my house when I was a kid. It's sitting there, they want the rest of their money. Yeah, I don't know. Can you use seam rippers on leather items? I don't know. I really didn't have my hand in the trade skill stuff. Like early seam ripper shit. I think I might have tossed that in, but from that point forward, there's been so much done with the trade skills, and that's all been Nick. Nick, maybe some first. Luna when she was here. Watching the play right now at Glimmer Moon Hall stage. There's not much to it at the moment, but Brown Butcher, hate to disappoint you. I just got something in pretty quick. Summon corpse spell. So player-driven corpse recovery for sure. Like rogue CR, summon corpse spells. Maybe there's a temporary res that a necro can hit on there and you can just stumble your zombie ass out until the res wears off. Corpse drag button. How does the corpse drag button work? Does it auto target itself? I think if it's just your corpse, yes, but if you're dragging somebody else's corpse with consent, I think you have to target that corpse. I thought I did that yesterday. Summon corpse spell, that an item that people can craft. That's real powerful though, because you got to think about it. You can't gate while fat. That may be a thing. Is that already in? If you're overweight, you can't gate. I know we talked about it. Oh man, it's already in. Oh, that's hilarious. Did you load up on stuff and now you can't gate back to your prime gate spot? Why? You'll see in the future. You'll see in the future. Any thoughts on old school mechanics that didn't end up working in your opinion? Do you think corpse recovery and other mechanics... Oh, I do think corpse recovery and other mechanics that require you to seek help of others are a plus to the game. Curious if you remember any that you'd go back and change. Stuff that was just kind of poor implementation early on. Like NPCs eating your items if you didn't hand them the right stuff. Like that's the kind of thing where I think it was just unfinished. So So that's one. What else would there be? Early combines? Eating yourself? Let me think of some other mechanics. If you're thinking of anything, just say it. I'll let you know how I feel about it, but I'm not thinking of anything much offhand. I think consenting people and having them loot your corpse is you know, that's going a bit far. So Grauron says, I respectfully hate that. The not being able to gate when you're super overweight. So it's all part of, and we're going to be tweaking all of this, but it's all part of the system. How would you describe it? So the integration of various systems like pack animals, carts, mounts, where you can store stuff, then gating and teleporting vessels, all of that stuff is going to be tweaked so that we don't have situations where it's easily mitigated just by like a basic spell. So yeah, and it's first said it also lets us do progression potentially as well, including multi-caster casting. Potentially certain spells that are gates that allow you to mitigate certain limitations in the future, but maybe there's a reagent cost. So it's the very beginning of something that will wind up being a pretty multifaceted system later on that we'll play with and see if we can get it to feel right. So it's kind of like the merchant thing. You're not going to like it right now. Hopefully in the future you like it a little bit better. Certain things you're just not going to like, but hopefully you're going to live with. Darius said you could consent people offline in EQ, including your alt characters, made recovering your corpse a bit easier. Oh yeah, interesting point. Will there be teabagging of corpses? Yes, there'll be better support for it in the future. Can you at least get a Walmart mobility scooter? It may come in the form of a small goat. Or if you're a gnome, a moderately sized badger. Walmart mobility goat. Justin got his food. Heck yeah, buddy. Boars for dwarves. Yeah, I'm of the opinion, like, I love mounts, especially if they're done cool. Not just super flashy and silly. Quixana, there you are. We were just bragging about your corpse recovery. Did you miss a race, or can we do it for fun till the end of the test? I believe you can still do it. I believe you can still do it. And there's not a huge number of people in there. And they're currently mostly lost in the glass flats at the moment. So you might even be able to catch up. Take the lead. Darius said, okay, running at 2560 by 1440 versus 4K actually doubles my FPS. Awesome. Justin, that's good to hear. First said we are close to having a first completion. How's our people doing out here? Man, they're not finding it. What server are you on, Quixana? I forget. Eptos says something to say about the old school difficulty is it made for good stories, like when your evac has a small chance to leave someone behind, caster included, just made the world more dangerous and rewarding. Absolutely, 1000% agree. I mean, just watching a couple VODs now, watching Goblin and Quixana and crew wrap up this morning during breakfast, there was already like a brilliant story there. Watching Pete Dorr, I believe it is, the first almost half of his stream from yesterday, I was watching that for the first time. There's at least 2-3 interesting, fun stories there. What I really love and what I respect a shitload is watching people who struggle through some of the stuff because yes, it's clunky, or yes, it's not, you know, it's not intuitive or whatever. But they push through it, and then afterwards they're like, nice, now I know this, or oh, I figured that out. And especially when they're like, and hopefully they don't change that, you know, like, I like that I had to struggle through that. Yeah, no armor crafting tonight, unfortunately. We don't want any more folks getting stuck. There's a bug that was causing people to just their characters were getting stuck. They were unable to get back into them. Pone Star, sorry I missed that earlier, said, hey man, I gotta say, loving the game. Can't wait to fully support this game. Appreciate that. You guys, again, the more you can get out there and let people know that you like the game, let them know what you like about it, get more people just aware of the game, that's a huge that's a huge gift to us. And if you think, oh man, I'd rather be able to give you guys like $15 or something, realize that user acquisition, getting customers, that's where all of the marketing money goes, right? So if you guys want to support us, the kind of support that we saw when we did the MMORPG subreddit, and we had all of you in there like, oh man, I've checked it out, we like these guys, or hey, go check out their streams, or hey man, they're legit, they don't bullshit around with all this stuff, like all of the kind things that you're saying, which are of course all true. Those are big for us because that's all, that set the tone in that thread. And so we had, I think ultimately last time we looked, we had like 300,000 views or whatever, had a lot of comments. We had like maybe 4 or 5 negative comments that you guys downvoted all the shit. So thank you for that. So that is the best support for the time being. Lisava on the server-wide first. Not shocked. Part of our crew here. Congratulations, Lisava. All that exploring paid off. Nice. So it's doable. It is doable. Jester, we have a little race that's first put in that takes you around all of the zones in the region. It's a pretty big region, and the zones aren't finished, so it can be a bit treacherous. And you've got to go around and find NPCs and stuff, and as part of like a multi-zone quest. Nice, Zukin. Schmidrini, the music is from our game. Yep. I just linked the playlist if you want to listen to it on your own. Justin Beard, all right, man, enjoy your nap. We'll see you. We'll see you this week. Did you think the game would turn out this good whenever you got started on the project? The game... So the evolution of the game and the team and the project are something that I couldn't picture at the time. But I did think when I was first really sitting down and talking to Ali and Bunny and Nick, when we first really started kicking off the project, I had a very strong belief that we could make a game. And the game that we have been making is very much in keeping with the game that I thought we could make. Did I say that right? The game that we've been making? Yeah. But there have definitely been some really great surprises in the people that we've met and added to the team. Because you got to figure the first year, I mean, shit, I was making art and I am not an artist. So I was making art. Nick's, whoop, I fell down here. Oh wow, this is, did this get filled in? Oh, this is interesting. Simon, if you're watching, I haven't been down here since we were doing whatever we've been doing. No, the chat's not showing in the bottom? Well, that's a bummer. Let's see why that's Simon, there's some stuff here. Let me figure out why the chat's not there. It's kind of cool though. Now it's all like hidden and stuff. I mean, it may not make, I don't know if it makes sense if there's palm trees under the sand, but it's kind of cool because it's like, oh, what's down here? It's just a little, just, you know, just a valley with some sand in it. Zoop. Ah, oh my god, slime cover snake. Slime cover bats. Alright, so where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about the project. So, doing art, Bunny and I were working on a lot of the lore. Nick and Ollie and I were working on tooling and design. And we were having to commission like art. And the art was very different than where we've landed now. I mean, yeah, well, we had the capsules, right? But the art at the time was and this is before we got Zukin on the team working on characters, and before we got Pattis on the team working on environments, and then Goblin came on and doing concepts and stuff. If we go back to like, excuse me, trying to find one of the really old updates. You know, it was essentially like, if we actually go to updates, you can kind of see the evolution. So all of this is, I'm continuing to respond to the picture of the game back then the way it is now. Quados, thank you for that. Said, hey, thanks for making a fun game. Appreciate that. So if we go back to the old posts. These aren't even the oldest. I think this is just when we started doing updates, right? That was Night Harbor. This was the whole update. And this image is the first version of Night Harbor Shaded Dune Zone from when we first kicked off discussions of making a project. It's one of the first things I made in Blender. That was it, right? It was just like... So, picturing what we have now? No. Right, then we had some concept art that we had commissioned. I'm just trying to figure out how to make shaded dunes and stuff. Though, a lot of this geo's kind of been preserved. Player character model. Tool implementation, all that stuff, right? So it's evolved quite a bit. And that's just, honestly, the evolution is something that was the evolution is just a byproduct of us being really fortunate. I think a lot of it is from the fact that we've been doing, you know, open development. So the fact that we're always streaming and we're showing what we're doing and stuff has made it really easy for people to hear about us. And then when we had openings and we're like, hey, we need to pull some more people onto the team, we've been able to get some really good folks. So, yeah. Let me figure out what's going on with the chat banner down there, though. That's a bummer. Because it's there. Chatbot's connected. Sheppy says, I really appreciate the design decision in making torches, other light sources, consumables. Gives hard torchbearer vibes when you're in a dark dungeon. Appreciate that. So this is a different chat. We didn't end up using that yesterday. But It's not... Here, I'm going to type in something. Test. So that one's actually working. But it's not a good setup. I don't like it. But... Huh.
Here we go. Have you turned it on?
Oh, okay. Torchbearer is a tabletop role-playing game focused on resource management. I just thought you meant Torchbearer in general. Let me look that up. Have I turned it off and on? Yeah, exactly. Torchbearer. TTRPG. Because there's bound to be some cool shit in there. Torchbearer Dungeon Crawl RPG from the creators of Mouse Guard. Oh. Cool. Oh, that's a cool cave serpent. Alright, definitely going to be checking that out over the holidays. Can you learn to forge from an NPC, or is it starting trait only? You should be able to learn it in game. Any ideas when the next open test will be? Nope. Nope, but we'll let you know. You guys, you gotta understand, these are a little bit stressful for us, but they've been so much fun that we really do love doing them. Like, as soon as this, who all glass flats. Oh, they're still in there. As soon as this playtest is over this week, you know, tomorrow I'm sure the team's gonna be like, oh man, I wish playtest was still going. Like, we really enjoy it. We really are looking forward to getting the game live as soon as we can. But we also know that if we just left the server up all the time, you know, in a couple of weeks, the populations would dwindle. It wouldn't be that special. It just, you know, we've got a lot of game ahead of us to make to get it to a point where once you get in, there's a critical mass of content to keep you really busy and happy and feeling like there's a lot to explore and keep you engaged. And yeah, so it's gonna be a bit. I think this is the first time the swelling's been down enough on my knuckle that I can feel the new wonkiness of the broken knuckle. Is it starting tree only for now, Nick? Okay, I lied. For some reason I thought you could get it off an NPC. Like survival trainer or something like that. Okay. Fair enough. Robert says sauna is warmed up back in 30 minutes or so. Right on, man. Jasmine's so jealous. It'd be cool to incorporate something like the tribute system from EQ with the temples in the city. Each god could give a different buff, maybe. There are actually, I think, 3 or 4 different things that you can do at the temples. I don't know that anybody's found them. Unless something changed or unless it broke, one of them's actually a pretty decent benefit. D-Loves Pudding, are you still at the beach? You'll have the Twitch stream audio in the sauna? That's badass. Did I see Light No Fire? I absolutely saw it. I think it is brilliant. I am so excited for that. I am so excited for that team. I think if it is as good as it looks, and if it is as good as it deserves to be based off what they've learned from No Man's Sky so far, I think it could be one of those games that comes out of nowhere and really makes an incredible impression. Let's see, is this one of the people that was on the quest? Yep, it was. Nice. Alright, so we've got one of our contestants in the zone now. Exciting. Yeah, so I am so amped for Light No Fire. No Man's Sky is one of the few games that I have installed that I'm occasionally like, oh man, I just want to, you know, put some time aside and go back in and explore a little bit more. I think it's really cool, and it's been really cool to see their evolution, especially having come from like basically being a meme, a dead game, you know, a bait and switch, all of the horrible stuff that you know, they had to go through when they launched, to turn that around and make it into a really noteworthy game, and then use their learnings and their tech to attack a genre that's currently being attacked from like, oh dude, I can only imagine how cold Chicago is. Seen those pictures in the past of like the wind blowing water and making like sideways icicles in that region. It's insane. But yeah, so I'm really curious to see what they do. The thing I'm curious about as well is there were a couple other survival fantasy games. Do you guys know which companies? I know Blizzard had one. I thought there was another bigger one that was kind of... I'm trying to remember. It was like not steampunky, pulpy. I forget which one that was. Ouch, mobs, ancient crypt hit hard, they do. I don't think it was PAX Day. But there's that one as well. It was like a weird, like, reality warping Tesla machine thing. I don't think I've seen anything on it in like the last year. Where you're like, you go into different realities, but it's still sort of fantasy, survival. I really haven't kept up anything on the Blizzard one. Is it Nightingale? Yep, it is. Set out on a journey of survival and adventure into the mysterious and dangerous Fey realms of Nightingale, become an intrepid realm walker and venture forth alone or with friends. Gaslamp Fantasy. So there's that. Was there more information released on the Blizzard one? I'm not sure what Raph Koster's company is doing, Playable Worlds, but it sounded like per Twitter that they are doing something that's kind of a... Somebody that saw it said that if you... Or you would not be shocked that that's what's being made by the former lead designer of both Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxies. Alright, so maybe this person just accidentally zoned over. Ethrael says, out of character, don't get too excited, we haven't found the guy in Glass Flats yet. Okay, that's what it was. What's up, Orc Boy? How you doing? Gotta say, though, overall, looks like we've had pretty good engagement on the stress test this weekend. We haven't had any major drama. Servers held up pretty good. Well, the servers held up very good. It seemed like there was a slight bit of chunky when we surpassed like the 400 mark in Night Harbor on US 1 yesterday, but overall I'm guessing it's been going pretty good in there. Riding around 267 at the moment. We'll be curious to look at the total number of accounts that have hopped in this weekend. Dryforge Leveling says, I am really enjoying my experience as a Beastmaster Ogre female. Awesome. The Ogre females are great. Do we need any more people doing quest dungeon design? We're covered for now. Appreciate the offer, Sheppy. Keep an eye on our Discord if you're not already. You never know when we'll post something. If we have a need in the future, we post it in Discord, we post it on our website, and then we go from there. People, I will say, people that are regular members of our Discord, who we see communicate, who interact with each other respectfully, who have good ideas, who are articulate, who, you know, or essentially just good folks. When it comes time for us to, when we do post a role, then we can go, oh, hey, Liz Biscuits is applying for, you know, that PR position. But you know, sometimes she gets a little feisty. History Haunt says, how much will a monthly subscription be once full launch? We're unsure at this time, but it's going to be, it'll probably be about what you expect. I wouldn't be shocked if it's, you know, in the $15 range. That said, we've talked about this in the past, so it's not like I'm saying anything out of turn. I have been curious about the idea of essentially a flexible price that has got a floor. So whether it be $10 or $15 is the minimum, and then you can pay whatever you want, but it's a tip. The thing that we don't want to do is we don't want to give any additional benefits. Like if we were to put a tip jar type thing in there, if we were going to put a pay what you will type thing in there, it would just be because you truly support the project and you want to give us some extra cash. But there can't be any perks, right? There can't be any like change your name color or get a title or absolutely nothing in game, right? Like it just, this is, you know, and now the team can all come back and say, we'll discuss it, and maybe I'm the odd man out on this, but the idea of like just really don't want it to be anything where people, because they gave more money, they're entitled to more of, you know, they get a bigger opinion than anybody else, or we owe them something or whatever. So $1,000 a month, I personally give you a handy the first of each month, but then you have to fly over here because I'm not coming to you, D-Loves Pudding. And you can pay that and you can do that, but you've got to clear that with the wife, and then you've also got to realize that you're not getting anything from it. So yeah, that's why like no tiered pricing or anything like that. We'll have merch available, but merch at the end of the day is really kind of a fun thing for us to put out there and a fun thing for you to own. But in terms of the profit margin on merch, you know, by the time you take the cost of the merch out and shipping, all that stuff, taxes, it's going to be pretty thin unless we're charging out the ass for merch. We don't want to charge out the ass for merch. We want to put cool stuff out there for people to have. So there'll be a thin line there. But who knows, if there's a big enough fan base and you're rabid enough, maybe that will add up. And then the subs, because that's very straightforward. It's a fair relationship. It's easy to kind of do the math on. And then if there's essentially a tip jar there that's an anonymous tip jar, then that's perfect. The Moths, thank you for the raid with your 18 friends. I know how it goes at the end of a session. You've probably been... Have you been playing? Have you been playing? Have you been enjoying yourself? I know you're ready. Like, whenever I raid, I'm like, I'm ready for bed. I'm out of here. But, yeah, so, good to have you here. It's always interesting when new folks come in. Like, what is that? Is that a caterpillar? That is a caterpillar. That's fantastic. But yeah, so that's the idea on the cost side of things, or on the pricing moving forward. Liz says, I like the idea of pay it forward so we can pay for someone else, as long as there's a way to do that where it doesn't turn into like some weird chrono shit. So far, just Cure works with the priests. Okay, have you talked to all the priests? Dumb Moth says, hello, ended up stream, but we'll be playing some more M&M still. Nice, that's what we like to hear. Very much hooked on the game. Thank you. We're happy when the game makes people happy. Let's see, did I miss anything? How about Sean flies to your house and gives you a back rub? Thadvik says, I'll tell you what. If one of you have that Elon Musk or that Bezos money out there, and you want a nice back rub, and you want to drop a bag of cash on us with no strings attached, I can hook you up with a little Thai massage. Don't get any weird ideas. It's just it's very vigorous in my experience. It's just a very vigorous massage. But just wait until I get the new finger. Once I get the robot finger attached, then it'll be very vigorous. D loves pudding. Have you heard what's going on? The saga of my hand. Yeah, so I broke my knuckle a while back, a few months ago. And the knuckle that I broke, aside from it just kind of being gone, is fine. Not a lot of pain. Some mobility is kind of back or whatever. But the one next to it, while it was in the splint, it started just burning more and all this stuff. And what I think has happened is my hands are kind of jacked from a lot of years of doing jujitsu and stuff. Like, been rough on the hands over the years. And the tendon here apparently snapped at some point. Like, just slowly, it just more and more pressure, and then it just snapped. And so this tendon snapped, and so now I've got a witch finger. And it's just inverted, it's locked into place. So been to tons of hand doctors, finger doctors and stuff trying to get this, and it got worse and worse as I was going. And so my joke with everybody was like, if they can't fix it, man, I can't have a stiff finger. I want to get back to training. How do you put that in a boxing glove, right? You can't put that in a boxing glove. Vapor Jesus, thanks for the follow, right? So it's like, all right, if they can't fix this finger, they need to just cut it off. That was my solution. I was like, just cut it off, get it out of the way, right? Because then it's out of the way. Then I just got this little dude down here or whatever. It's fine. My dad's got half a thumb. from where he ripped his thumb off on a fence. It's a family tradition, right? And so everybody's like, oh, no. They won't do that. And so I finally go to the final like hand specialist after all these appointments and stuff last week. And he's going through like all the tendon repair surgery they can do. And he's like, it's so bad right now looking at MRIs and stuff. The joints are already starting to degrade. Excuse me. And the cartilage and the joints are already starting to get bad and all this shit. And so he was like, we can repair it, and it's going to be, first we wire it up, and that's going to be that way for like 6 weeks. Then we take the wires out in 8 weeks to see if you can get to mobility. May have to get a second surgery, all this stuff, and that's so like half my year would be recovery, and then physical therapy and stuff. Exactly, Calvin. And he was like, yeah, so or we can fuse it in place, right? And so it'll just be kind of locked like that, so it can still be used. I looked at him and I go, because he's an older guy, experienced guy, German guy, because I'm in Germany for those who don't know, older, experienced guy, and they tend to be kind of straightforward. And my wife's a dental surgeon. And when I said cut it off, she's like, oh no, they would never do that, right? So I was like, doctor, I don't want to sound extreme. When he was like, oh, we can fuse it in place. I was like, I don't want to sound extreme, but could you just cut it off? And he was like, he looked at me and kind of like a little bit of a sigh of relief. And he was like, so I was going to say the third option is we can just amputate it right there. That whatever that is, phalanx there, we can amputate it. And the recovery on that's actually pretty quick. Probably within, 4-6 weeks, you're going to be pretty good. It'll take some time for the stub to desensitize and all that. And so I was like, you know what, let me just bounce that one off my wife before I make the decision, but let's go ahead and set up that appointment, and let's go ahead and lock that in. I've got shoulder surgery next month, middle of next month, 17th, because my shoulder just got jacked up. So I'm going to schedule, we got the hand scheduled for the end of February. This should be good enough that at least I got this arm back. Then we're going to get taken care of. And then I'm going to get one of these guys. I'm going to get the dope robot finger. And then they've got another one that's for like heavy lifting. Heavy duty titanium. There any hint to the small jar? Gurface, are you talking about a quest? Xanax said, use it to poke their eyes when you do jujitsu. People don't like it when you poke them in the eyes during jujitsu. Gotta hide a spare key in your finger? Oh yeah. Or a Phillips head screwdriver. Nice. A loving robot, also a polite robot. Were you listening earlier when we were talking about you, Goblin? You may not think we're so polite. These guys are still figuring this out. You guys figure this out yet? Come on, man. We can't be the last server. Laser pointer. Yeah, I'm gonna get with Leatherman and see if they can give me the Swiss Army finger. So you're getting actual stubby appointment locked in? Yep, I've already got it locked in. It's on leap year day. It's February 29th, supposedly. I was like, are you sure? Is there February 29th? Is there a February 29th this year? USB dry finger. January. February. There is a February 29th this year. Boom. That's when the finger's going. Nerf gun in my pinky, like Hoarder Crew. I have to look that up. Tiny finger PC to store your crypto wallet. Well, I could see if they could implant my YubiKey in there. Davik said you're going to be a real cyborg after that? Yeah. Zukin said in OC, I got the thing from the fire, but the robed figure tricked me, I think. Oh no. First, are you not helping these guys at all? Do they let you keep the pinky in the mason jar? I don't think they're going to. It would make a cool necklace though, like the bone wired together. Found an ogre trap in a fourfold building. Is it just, do you drop in, you can't get through a door or something? The folks on the Euro server first. Are you keeping an eye on them? Okay. Kalmathar, where was that at? Give the figure a right send off. Oh man, that's so sad. Let it eat a big steak. Get a manicure. Oh, that's so funny, man. Nope. I don't know. First, has anybody figured it out beyond Lisava? We're stuck on a quest, have 8 items, but the clues ran out and they won't combine. Oh, for the race? I can't give you any hints in the race. The only person that can assist you with the race is First. It's his quest. He's responsible for it. Seems now I'm zoning back and forth looking for it, but I can't get my headings. Which server are you on, Kalmathar? Darius said, so Sean, did you write the Bard quest about the severed finger? Actually, I did. That's kind of weird. Hey, Retro. You're on EU? Where are you at? What's the character name? Oh, that makes it easy enough. Retro, the show's going really well. Retro, the show is going really well. Retro, the test is going really well. Zone shaded dunes. Pay attention, man. Dang. The only problem D loves pudding is sometimes German doctors don't have the best sense of humor. Sometimes they're okay, but... Alright, buddy, so let's look at you. You're looking pretty pale. Imagine all the Yakuza stories you're gonna be able to make after a night of drinking. I cut it off to prove my loyalty. Never owe people money in Japan. So the people I really am going to kind of fool are my garden neighbors, because they're like, yeah, you know, they also firmly believe that the doctors wouldn't cut it off. But I told them if they won't cut it off, I will quite seriously cut it off myself, because I was being very serious. So I'm just gonna, I won't see them again until after surgery. Season's over. So I'll pop back and be like, told you. Alright, so let's get your corpses. And see what's going on. Hopefully it's just some normal weirdness and not anything special. Retro said, I'm having fun so far. I did end up ditching my opening Elementalist quest, but oh well. I personally have not done that one yet. I need to do that one over the holidays. I've got a finger guillotine for sale, is all you gotta say. I'll just show them my hatchet. I took my hatchet home. Are you in a party? Can you get me an invite, or do you want to drop that party and then join mine, Kalmathar, so I can... Cool. What in the world? Didn't experience death, was just zoned and was naked. Yeah, old man Lewis, you can kill him whenever in return, and he'll drop what you need. Kalmathar, I'm going to copy your text. I'm going to put it into our bug discussion. First, can I show that image that you sent me? Let me see what's going on in these channels. Sure, I just didn't crop it on the sides. Oh, that's no worries. Let me go back. First, let me make sure that I flag this for follow-up for tomorrow. Cool. Okay, hopefully that's tomorrow morning. Let me find first thing. We'll open this up. Boom, Lasava right there. Champion. First person in the game to complete the race. Congrats. We can crop that. You're right, we can crop that. Get that going. Okay. Do-do-do. All right, now we got that out of the way. Now let me post this in the bug channel. Bug discussion. We've got someone that zoned and appeared naked on the other side. I hate when that happens. Time travel. Dimensional interloping. Think corpse is possible in Tillzone? Alright, well let me delete this first. Maybe there's a simpler solution. Let me go see. Okay, I'm a dummy. What the frick? Thank you, Retro. Is it possible to complete the race as a level 1? I think theoretically it is possible. Alright, what am I doing wrong? First, are you out there? Slash cast space. What have I tried so far? I've tried summon corpse. I could have sworn I was able to summon corpses in the past. Cast summon corpse, cast GM corpse. It's doing nothing at the moment. I swear I've summoned people's corpses before and resurrected people and all sorts of shit in the past. Can only summon corpses with player in the zone. Yeah, I was in the zone with him at the time. So if the player's in the zone and the corpse is in the zone, right? Both are. I take offense at that. It is impolite to tell someone their arms are too long. Can drag it if they give consent to? Yep, I've done that as well, but I've still got to be in proximity of the corpse. I thought if there are corpses in the zone that you could even go to the corpse. Oh man, stay still for a minute, Kalmathar, unless you know where your corpse is. Okay, cause I'm zoning slower than heck. Okay, then. Okay. We'll figure this out. Arctic Noob, I apologize for not acknowledging your follow 6 minutes ago, but my last bit of remaining brain power is trying to figure out how to get this resolved. It's been a long week. Yeah, no problem. I'd like to figure this out. Jester1305, thank you for the follow as well. I have to talk to the tech folks and figure out what's going on with the zone time. Oh man, sleepy. I am sleepy. It's only 9:41, but Alpha Blue Official. Thank you for the raid. I was so tired this morning. Was that you this morning? Who raided me this morning right after I raided Goblin? I think it worked. I think this second raid worked. And Darius, enjoy your wife's birthday. Kalmathar, we're going to figure this out. Once I eventually zone into Night Harbor, I don't know what's going on. How much longer is the test going to run? It's going to be going until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the United States. Which will be 5 a.m. my time, I believe. So I won't be on the whole time. It's 7 a.m. Ollie's time. He may be awake by then. Though I guess if I went to bed early, if I stopped the stream earlier tonight, went to bed, I could get up right before the servers come down. But I think that'd be a little. This robed figure in the glass flats looks spooky. Maxwell, Wonder if people are looking for that. Man, this loading time. Maybe I'm bugged. Maybe I got bugged while trying to fix somebody who got bugged. Shannon said, was the second to finish on West 1. Character named Lunacid. Had a blast with the quest and the rewards are cool. That's badass. White Bandit said finished on West 1. Our team was first, second, and third. Congrats. Oh, man. Oh, guys. This is taking too long. Costanza, I think we found that the leatherworking trainer was missing yesterday during the day, early. This is the first time I've had to do this weekend. Tailor training, the tailor trainer, I thought did exist. Oh shit. Hey, you shoes. There's a lady called Master Taylor, but she doesn't train. Okay, maybe she doesn't exist then. glad you're enjoying the playtest. Caps are fine. I wonder if this character really is legit Bugnell. All right, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what playtests we have in the coming year. Oh no! Zukin said the bar patrons killed his hardcore character in Sungri, and now he's out of the race. Oh. Zukin, did you go to the bar after you got some information? Did some information? They tricked you. Alright, I'm gonna give it one more try on this character. Yeah, I went there as well. When I was going through the quest. I went there as well. I thought the same thing. The command unstuck, doesn't that one take you back to... Does that take you back to bind? Zone line of current zone. Okay. Thanks, Kermit. Well, let's see, I should have picked the other character and gotten into game. Does a car, and it's a very cool effect. I like the effect. There we go, finally. Jeez, okay. Where's an ancient sea serpent? I haven't seen it yet. It was put in there because I don't like scary shit in the water. So someone wanted to scare me with a sea serpent. At least that's the story I believe to be the case. Ah! Ugh. Ah. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Oh, it just sucks worse now. What in the world? No, I'm out of here. No. Oh, God, I'm drowning. No. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, I'm back out of the water. Nope. All sorts of nope. Alright, buddy. Here's a corpse. Is this your corpse? Is there another one, you think? And that one's got gear. That only took me an hour longer than it should have taken to get you squared away. But... oh, nice room. How's the server pops today? We're looking at 259 on East Coast 1. 105 on East Coast 2. 151 on West Coast 1. 13 lonely players on West Coast 2. And 32 of us on the Euro server. Oh man, you're looking cool. Freaking sea serpent's still out there, so I'm going inland. Where risk it for a biscuit? Guild name. There's a guild name called Risk It for a Biscuit. All right. I'm going to go to a different server because I want to bounce around to a couple of zones on a more populated server and see kind of how things look.
I have
Oops.
one more.
Trying to see who's on what server as well. What are we looking at here? Let's go to West 1, I think. That's... Oh, I've seen that one. Dido's pudding. That's if you've got both segments of your finger. That's a different... So that's if the amputation is at the middle distal phalanx, as opposed to... whatchamacallit, the other one. So the NCP driver is if you've got the amputation at the... It restores the middle and distal phalanges. So this amputation will be at the proximal phalanx. So I guess proximal, distal. So it gives you, basically that one gives you the fingertip back, whereas this will give, the one I'm looking at gives me the middle and the fingertip back. And it's mechanically controlled just because it's attached here. So since I'll be able to manipulate or move that remaining part of my finger, we'll see how far. But I'm thinking once they sever this tendon, which is keeping all this pretty tight, then I'm hoping once it's cut off here and this tendon, the pressure's relieved, then this bottom part will move all the way down again. Right, or at least stay pretty, yeah, it'll be fine because it's not much different than this. It'll be able to align here. And then we'll see. Hopefully I can continue to rehab this finger to get it better. I dislocated this one while wrestling one day as well, and it doesn't have the full range of motion. You cut your finger pretty deep on ice fishing gear, and it bent like that for 3 months after being on IVs. Question, what actually happened to the finger? This one, the tendon was severed while I was in a cast with this knuckle being broken off. And it's severed, and then it's basically just very questionable that they can restore it, is what the doctor said. So, and then the knuckle being broken was just I got in a fight. So, the short answer on that one with removing the fanfare is just broke it. Liz said dislocated finger sparring, was quick to put it back, so unfortunately didn't really have... Yeah, it was the same with this one. I was sparring and I posted out. Someone was trying to sweep me and I posted my hand out to catch myself and landed, and it just went straight sideways. And I looked at it, it was so like, ah! I just grabbed it and straightened it and taped it, and it got stiff for several months, but eventually got back. Goldfinger.com. What? I love gold. Oh, shit. Is that what you get me for Christmas? D loves pudding, Daddy. Not gonna lie, that's kind of dope. With a drink player. My zone time is a bit slow. Bit slow. I have to show Jasmine this in the morning. Oh, actually, I can send it to her. I can send it to her right now on Slack. Reminds you of Stargate, right? It's got that. Got the finger of Anubis. Oh, I did zone, but here I am. I'm wasting your time. You guys are here to see the game, and I'm looking at gold prosthetic fingers. Thank you, D Loves Pudding, for giving folks giving the audience what they want. Liz Biscuits, how many servers are you playing on? Just the one? You're oh wait, that's still left over from EU, right? Which I thought you were. Oh, okay. I think that's just leftover OOC. Look at how cool this guy looks. Yep, I forgot all about that list. There's Quixa. I've seen Quixa around before, I thought, and I assumed that Quixa was a Quixana tune, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I miss seeing your monk. What server are you on, Dragon? Yeah, it's got a cooldown. West 1? What's your character name? Frowbrow. You want me to summon? If your stuff's all on cooldown, then I'm happy to summon you. Hold on 1 second. It's going to be noisy in here for a minute while I try to figure out. There we go. Cool. I'm looking ahead to something. Cool. Dancing on tables with an ogre not recommended. You got stuck doing that? Is it too late to get on test? Danik, no. It's going to continue until 11 p.m. Eastern time, so you've got time. Been getting pockets full of lag and worm saying visual lag or... But is it rubber banding? Does it seem networking related or does it seem just visual? Like frame rate hits? Abilities won't go off and then all at once. Okay, so server and network related. Oh, the corpses. So let me come in here, options, master volume. Hopefully that's not too loud. Oops. There we go. Watch this group for a little bit and see how they're doing. Is the intention to have quests like that race in the finished game? I don't see why not. Because we can also schedule that kind of content pretty easily, so that they appear periodically. We could have that type of thing be something that's triggered. It could be community triggered when certain thresholds are reached. So I think it's a really fun experiment that First put together. How are the game sounds? Are they too loud? The moaning and stuff like that? Or is it fine? Yeah, it wound up being like more of a scavenger hunt race, right? That's probably the best way I could think to describe it. It's cool being in here and seeing people ask. You got people looking for additional tanks, things like that. Groups camping. We've got to get a command to turn off the names. Does the one gold lantern burn brighter or have a larger area than the other lights? Oh, that's a good question. White Bandit. We've got our own, show our own character's name. See went in, but it still shows the names, right? Some spots in shaded dunes are saying, where's full heal at? Are saying LOS when standing in front of stuff near the zombie run. Yeah, we've run into that in a couple of places. We've got to think we've got to figure out what's going on there. Some of those meshes, like those train meshes, still need a little bit of work. Just died while zoning? Where were you zoning? And what server are you on? Because isn't that what happened earlier? Not to you. Shaded Dunes Night Harbor on West 1. Nick, do you have that, or? Because I'm on West 1 as well. Okay. That was a little lag spike. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so that's the second person today. That would make sense, Nick. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, they got a pop. Man, I really like a lot of these spell effects. The goblin animations are ridiculous, but I also really like them. Is this how dark it is for players in a group or just me? It is how dark it is for all of the players in a group that have normal vision. I tend to not take any of the special vision types when I'm streaming, just so that you're not getting like a weird, not, you know what I mean? Like, so you're getting the kind of unadulterated view of the level of darkness and things like that. And it looks like they're conserving light just because they're in a semi-illuminated spot. And their puller feels comfortable without it. So... About to log into one of the E servers. Which one do you want me to hit? Danik says. Let me look at... What are they looking like right now? That's not it. Oh, I made a whole new setup. You're probably... I mean, you've got East 1, which has got 240 players on it. And you've got... East 2, which has got 101. So I think they're at that, with those counts, I think they're both probably they're going to be good. There's not going to be any issues, I don't believe. Well, I reproduced the zoning wall in Waterbug. Do not do that. Alright, thank you for the warning. Cool. Let's see. Do I still lift? I am. I'm lifting. It's funny, I went from being injured a few months ago to getting to a point where I was like, all right, in between injuries and surgeries, I need to get some lifting in so that I can then wind up not lifting again when I'm recovering from surgery. So I've got shoulder surgery next month and I've got hand surgery in February. So I'm just doing a little bit of lifting before those things kick off, and then I'll be dormant again. And then I will try to get back at being healthy. So yeah, there'll be some rehab for sure. So let me check on something. Let me check on something for you guys. Put a little inquiry out there. When I was lifting, how I was tracking things, pen and paper, or use an app. So earlier in the year, I was basically just putting it into a spreadsheet, so I can keep track of basically where I was with whatever weights on different lifts. And then more recently, before the injuries, I was just kind of writing it on a whiteboard. We've got a whiteboard in the gym room, and then now I've been doing various things to failure, and I just throw on whatever I feel like throwing on. And some days it's more reps to get failure, and some days it's fewer reps, and it's very kind of half-assed and not technical at all. Once I get healed up, I like his videos a lot. Is it Mick? Is it Mike? Dr. Mike Israel or something like that on YouTube? And he's got Renaissance. Is it Renaissance Pure? Renaissance. Wow. I can find it on YouTube, but yeah, the RP app. So I'm interested in the RP app, so I may get the RP app, but I didn't want to get it and pay for, probably upwards of 4, 5, 6 months that I'm not really going to be able to optimally use it. Did I tell you that we wound up getting the big adjustable ones as well? Golden Glove says, for what it's worth, the newbie ranger quest hits a bit of a wall in hardcore solo mode. The vendors won't sell you Mothiel root. Seems you can get it as a drop much later. So it's actually supposed to be harvestable underneath the docks in the Garrison boatyard. You're actually just supposed to be able to go down there and get it. And I think something changed and broke it. Nick, did you just do a drive-by? That's awesome. Nice. Yeah, so you're supposed to just basically be able to get the root from under the docks. So that needs to get fixed. Because it was supposed to be, you could get it in one of 3 ways. It would drop, and the mob that's currently dropping off of, that's too high level. So it would drop, you could forage it, and you could just go and get it. But, in the most recent change, oh my gosh, in the most recent change I even updated the quest text to be like, telling you could go find it somewhere damp. So not all doors and arches are ogre friendly. Yeah, they're not meant to be, but I know that it's a bit of a problem when all you have is Night Harbor to do the quest in. Crouch will definitely be a huge help in that regard. Yeah, Nick's zooming around, so if you need a shrink, let him know he can shrink you. fan art. That sounds delicious right now. Shaka said. So I've got an app coming out. Been working with a couple of PhD stones. All in test flight so far. I might throw a build your way if you're interested. Very much like RPM. Dude, I'd fucking love that. I think that'd be outstanding. I like the guy a lot. I like his videos, so I'm down to help. But if you got something going on, I'd rather help a homie that's building something up. That'd be very, very kind of you. That'd be cool. Oh man. All right, so what time is it on the East Coast right now? I had a clock up yesterday. 4:30. All right, so you guys, you've still got plenty of time. 4:30 is early. I love mezzed skeletons so much. Liz, are you gonna stay up for it? I am tired. Any tricks for finding your corpse? The first one would be having a rough idea of where you think you died. Found it by blind luck? Okay, well then you're good. Is there an economy for being a corpse finder guy? I think if people are being industrious enough, there are a number of things like that that exist already that people could be doing. It's just a matter of putting it out there. There should be people in OOC. Yep. There you go. Where's the minimap in this? You know better than to ask that question. I like that the campfire provides a nice little splash of contrasting color. Have not kept up. Is co-aware of the project? Seems like you dig it. In the past, it seemed like he's been aware of it, and then unaware of it, then re-aware of it again. So I'm not quite sure where he currently stands on it. But maybe he's aware of it? Golden Glove says, campfire lighting messes with ultravision a bit, I notice. You lose ultravision effect beyond the lighting of the fire. Oh, yeah, interesting point. Malance says, you guys have done a great job with the lighting. It doesn't feel like you need lighting at all. It is merely the tool. It is up to the artists to actualize something beautiful. That was cheesy. Seems like the fix to some lag pockets is to have a GM come into the instance. It's like one of those things where you go to demo it, it just won't show. Quixana, do you think a friends list will be added during the proof of concept development? Yep. Couple other things that we want to do on that front. Nick he's got some good ideas for how to get a nice tool in for both finding groups and finding group members and notifying about group status and stuff. I'd like to get the social ledger in, so anybody that you've grouped with in the past, you can kind of just go through and look and see, like this group here. Imagine it's a pickup group, and they really had a good time tonight, but they forgot to friend each other and all that stuff. And so later in the week, Wednesday, you know, Xanther here is like, what was the name of that gnome in the group? And then you could look back and go, oh, on Sunday, I was in a group with Blastica, Gnome, X-Level, Durlag, Wind, etc. And so you could go back through and see who you were grouped with, see when you added people to friends list or made a note about somebody or whatever. So just like a little ledger there, so you can scroll through your grouping history, and then you can add those people to your friend list or send them a little tell or something. It's kind of like the last played with or whatever, I guess, on Steam. I honestly, at the time we were discussing, I wasn't thinking about that, but people have mentioned that in the past. And it's essentially that, right? So it gives you another tool to be more social. We want to do the same thing with item transactions as well. So if you get an item, if you delete an item, sell an item, you know, a quest item, purchase item, whatever, drop an item, you've got a ledger where you can see that. So if you're like, what the hell happened to my blah blah blah? Instead of petitioning or just wondering, then you can go through your ledger and see, oh shit, I dropped that in such and such zone. Whoops, or that kind of thing. So first said, infravision and ultravision are sensitive to light. When you're in the presence of bright enough light, a campfire, torch up close, etc., your eyes will adjust to the bright light. Your eyes then won't be able to see in those spectrums until you move away from the bright light and your eyes adjust once again. Yeah. And Xylith did that implementation and showed us, and it was like, oh shit, that's really cool. That looks real neat. So, yeah, if you go back, there's forever months ago, there was a mock-up, like a little video mock-up that Goblin did in one of our updates. And it showed some of the functionality that we want to put into essentially your character sheet UI, and it's a lot of these tools, right? So the various tools I was just describing will be available to you. That should really help with the some of the social parts of it. How many minutes in an hour in game? I believe there's 20 in-game days in one day. So that would be whatever a day's worth of minutes is. Oh, how many minutes is an hour in game? Nick did the math and said 3. I'll trust him on that. We'll say from a personal perspective, Golden Glove says, it lends me to avoid campfires, just maintain the basically vision mod. Otherwise, it becomes too dark. Well, that's a nice roleplay thing, right? Isn't that great? You got ultravision, you're avoiding the fire. The Real Vicious said, Robot, me and my 2 friends just finished Runner Quest on East 2 server, but only got a backpack. Is it because there are already 25 people who've done it? First, can you answer that question? Shaka said, I know I pop in every once in a while to say this, but this feels fucking sick to play. Super proud of you guys. You're killing it. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. It's come a long ways, right? Since we were first talking about it and working on it. Vicious first would be the best person to answer that question. First said, I'm not sure which pack you're talking about. If it's the 8 slot, then it's the reward for something like finishing 15 to 25. If it's less than 8 slot, then it's for finishing 26 plus. So guys, I'm creeping up on 11 p.m. and I am exhausted. So we're gonna find someone to raid. I have checked. Let me double check. I've inquired to see if any of our people were streaming tonight. I haven't heard back. I think people are still either getting stuff done or just tired or whatever. Golden Gloves, see you. You're very welcome for the stream. Everybody, thank you for this weekend. It's been great. Before everybody pieces out, stick around for the raid. I'll raid someone else that is playing in the test as well. And then I'll be back on Tuesday, regular time. And then we can just talk about what your impressions were from the playtest. We can spend some time just sort of going through that, I guess. But yeah, so again, everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for letting other people know if you did. All that good stuff. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. So let's start the raid. I'll spend a couple minutes because I actually don't know this individual. Hopefully they're cool. But a few of you know them from EQ. And so we'll raid them, and then you'll get some continued M&M time in whatever flavor that may be. So cool. Let's get this raid set up, and then I will see you. All right, if you're ready, I'm pushing the button. Raiding now. Good night, guys. Good night. Pushing that button.